Hello, 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 and welcome to our fun little, we're calling these Galentine's Day sprints because I figured it'd be nice to hang out with some friends on a Friday night before Valentine's Day. So I was like, ooh, who is here? Yeah, who's here that would be willing to hang out with lonely little me?
Well,
I'm not gonna lie. I primarily invited Nell so we could talk D&D.
Not mad about that.
also not mad about that.
I have between me and Paco, we have given her the bug, and it's amazing.
I've already created a second character. It's a problem.
I told you. Ooh, I need to read that. I really do need to read that.
Same.
So, all right, real quick before we get started, would anyone like to give us a little bit of or introduce themselves real quick? Because obviously I'm here. Most of y'all know me. I'm Margaret, the word nerd, and this is my channel, and the lighting is doing strange things right now, and I'm not sure why, but that's okay. We can figure that out. And Jess, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Jess from the Hex Library, where I post reading, writing, book, and planner-related content. Theoretically. I used to say occasionally. Now it's just theoretical. I do have a video I need to edit and post, and that may happen tonight while we're here looking at each other. So
I also have a video to edit and post. So we're going to be leaning more on the productivity side of things for me tonight. So I feel that. I feel you. Yeah. What are you? Did you already tell us what you were currently? You told us what you are currently reading because you showed us.
I am. I'm reading Dungeons and Drama. I'm at 30%.
Love it.
I put off reading this because I don't typically read YA contemporary because I'm almost 40. So like reading about teenage relationships is not necessarily my favorite thing. Like if it's fantasy or something, like there's other things to it. It's usually more fun. But I'm really enjoying this. I'm having a good time. So, but it's because it's, it's both theater and Dungeons and Dragons. Like, what could a girl love more? And this is Raja.
Not much. We love Raja. We love a Raja cameo. Okay, stop asking me to restart this computer. I don't need to update it. Stop. Every time this computer updates, we've gotten to the point that every time this computer updates, something goes wrong because it is so old, right? So, okay. Anyways, and Nell, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Nell from Nell's Next Chapter. What kind of content do I make? I'm like Jess, where I theoretically make content at this point. I mostly just sprint for Wind Down Wednesdays. So if you haven't joined us for a Wind Down Wednesday, check us out Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern. But sometimes I post videos. The last video that I posted was the 6 and 26, which is a year-long challenge to finish series. But before that, my last video was probably like in September.
I feel that. that was very much me at the end of last year. Like I think my last video was in September, and then I did nothing for all of October. Did nothing with all of the people that were like, "Hey, Fablin." I'm like, it is who I am as a person. I can't help it. So
I feel like when you go all in on something, like you just need a break. So like going in all in on like Mystic and then Fablin right after, I was just like, all right, I'm done. I need a break.
For me, it's the kind of combination, and we're taking a break this year, but the combination of the busiest season of my work life starting and then running Fablin, which is so like there's 10 videos that I've got to do, so many prompts and all of that it's like, okay. And to Brianna's dismay, I am always like right up at the deadline with stuff. Because that's how my brain works. I wish I could be further in. I wish I could start planning now, but my brain doesn't do that. So
I've started planning. I have like the skeleton for this year's Mystic, but like I need to fill in the meat.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm like, we got to find a different time for me to do Fabelin. So I'm going to feel out this year and see for next year where I want to put it.
And that's why my readathons are all vibes, very low rules.
Yeah.
I don't have to plan as much.
I know. But I decided to go all in on this like D&D thing and make it my entire personality. So...
And I love that you do it because I love to do it. It's so much fun I love being in other people's readathons where I just get to hang out and vibe and have fun and I don't have to do all the work.
Yeah.
That's great for me.
Yeah. So that's amazing. Nell, did you tell us what you're reading?
I did not. I'm reading Can't Get Enough by Kennedy Ryan. Still, I've been reading this book for like over a week. I need to finish it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I recognize that from Wednesday. So that's very nice. Very nice. If I get any reading done today, I will be finishing, although I do need to do a vlog update for this, but I will be finishing To Sir Philip with Love by Julia Quinn. I'm not hating this as much as I thought I would, surprisingly.
Which sibling is that?
This is Eloise's story. So,
as someone whose Bridgerton knowledge comes directly from Instagram Reels and that's it, I do know who that is. So I was just curious. That was like my how far are you in the series, basically.
Here's the thing. So far, my least favorite male love interest is a very controversial one because he is also a lot of people's favorite Bridgerton. So it was an interesting experience reading this book and going, why is no one talking about the fact that he is literally committing workplace harassment here?
Yes. What's happening to Jess?
There's
this is normal.
Like, and a part of it is I just don't think Julia Quinn sold me as well on the female point of view. Like, it very much, it's supposed to be read as he recognizes that her saying no is not what she actually wants, and so he's not giving up. But it's not written that way from her point of view as much, even though she's very much attracted to him, which, like, she's one of my favorite characters now that we've gotten, like, once you're not dealing with that 100 pages where I was just like, I would like, let me at him. So I don't want to spoil if anyone wants to watch that Bridgerton vlog, which I think a couple of years ago, but there's a whole rant about that particular book. For just because there's just like 100 pages where I couldn't stand him, and I was like, I hate this. Why? It made my worst books of the year that year.
Oh wow!
Which is saying something considering the fact that Daphne exists. Which,
that she do.
Unpopular opinion there. I feel like they handled that better in the show, or in the book than the show. Because in the show it's premeditated what she does. And in the book, it's just like a snap decision that if we'd had a little bit of regret, I don't think people would hate as much. So let's say hello to some people. Hello, Cece. Welcome. Currently alternating between reading Vesuvius by Cass Bain and listening to Ecstasia by Claire Legrand. We also have Paco, who is wants to hear about D&D stuff. Oh, you might hear about it because I'm going to be watching Critical Role while I make dinner in this next sprint. I'm trying so hard to stay caught up this time around, so I don't have. There was a brief moment of time with Campaign 3 that I was caught up, and then it all went to shit. So, speaking of, have you finished Dimension 20 now, or are
Not
you still
yet?
on the?
I think I have 2 hours left. I'm on part 2 now of the finale.
Amazing. Yeah. I was about to say something. I'm like, no, wait, I haven't watched that yet. You are further ahead than I am. I should sit down and watch some of that. Hello, Anne. Welcome. How are you? What are we working on tonight? Are we just vibing? Are we just chilling? I do need to point out that we're doing Galentine's Day sprints for Valentine's Day, and we now have 14 people watching, which just feels like a sign. You guys are where you meant to be.
We love that.
Speaking of, I do have a video of 14 books that I need to edit, which hopefully is not as long as it felt filming today. I tried to be much shorter and more concise because I would love for this to be like a 15 to 20 minute video. So, which is a struggle for me. Hello, Jen, welcome. Jen is reading The Prison Healer, but not loving it. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I've heard really good things about that book. It's been on my TBR for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantasy book, which I feel fantasy is can be very hit or miss for people. Like, it really depends on what you like in fantasy novels, right?
Yeah.
Hold on. I just realized I told someone to let me know something on Instagram.
And then ignored their existence?
Yeah, no. I invited one more person who wasn't sure if they'd be able to make it, and I said, just let me know.
Oh,
but no.
I love your shirt. That's so cute. I didn't even notice you were wearing that.
Do you like this shirt?
I should have worn that.
I wonder where I got this shirt. This is one of my favorite shirts now. I'm not even kidding. I wear it all the time. I wear it as much as I was wearing the yellow shirt that I was on when we first tried to start this. No, that's Aoife just saying, hey, I don't want to be yelled at, but have fun on sprints.
I mean, to be fair, it is like midnight.
It's only it's only like 1 a.m. where Aoife is. That's reasonable for a Saturday evening or Friday evening.
Yeah, 1:14 a.m. for Aoife currently.
Did I say The Poison Healer? I should have said The Prison Healer.
I think you said
Prison.
I don't know what you said, but I read Poison.
Okay, so I'm really not the only one. Anyways, yeah, I feel like fantasy can, like, there are certain elements that if they're not handled well, you're not going to like them. And it really depends on what you go to your fantasy for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we considering a DNF, Jen, or is this a like maybe I will potentially love it later?
Yeah, like how far into it are you?
Yeah, yeah, that is a good question too. Are you like me where you're like, okay, well now I have found something that I need to know the answer to, and I'm a nosy bitch?
That's when I just skim read and or just ask the internet what happens.
Yeah. I'm one of those people that, like, I don't DNF a lot simply because there will be something that I want to see what happens. And as long as there is something, even if I'm not enjoying the book, I need to find out. So
same.
Usually for me, it has to be something like I don't vibe with the writing style itself. Like specifically stories that are written out of order. I can't. My dyslexia does not allow me to do that.
That explains why you did not like The Bluest Eye.
Well,
having read that book,
among many other things.
Among many other things, but like that is one of the hallmarks of her particular. I feel, at least having read Beloved and The Bluest Eye,
yeah,
that's like a hallmark of her writing style, which I think she does
really
well. Yeah.
Paradise is very similar, but I liked Paradise when I read it in high school. But also it's one, like, I really have to like what's going on in the book to try to fight through the not understanding what's happening.
Yeah, when I read Beloved, got lost through part of it, and was like, well, I'm gonna have to reread this because this is so well written, and I know this is a me issue. So with The Bluest Eye, I was like, all right, we're immersion reading this bitch.
I can't remember what book it was, but it was one that we read for Avengers Initiative Reading Challenge. And I think it was one of Cal's picks. And I really liked the book, but...
Do you remember what it was about?
I don't remember. I just remember really liking it, but having no clue what was happening in it. Like, each individual paragraph I really liked, but because it changed perspective and also time frame, like every few paragraphs, like just kind of like jumping around in the lives of multiple people. I liked it, but had no clue what was happening.
That's hilarious. Well, now I have to look at all of the books that we read.
I know, I'm gonna have to go look here in a minute.
Yeah, please do, because you don't understand. This will haunt me. Paco is listening to Beth is Dead and reading House of Hunger. Hello.
What is Beth is Dead? Is that a book?
I don't know, but we can look it up. Paco, enlighten us. It is a book. Yeah, it's okay. I think it is. Well, no, wait. There is also a podcast.
Oh, it could be that. That would kind of make more sense, maybe.
So, okay. Well, I have to read them. I don't know if that's what Paco was listening to, but it is a thriller reimagining of Little Women, where Beth is murdered.
Oh, interesting.
I need to read this. Hold on. We're putting this on my Goodreads. Beth is Dead.
Oh my God, what year was that?
It would have been 2021 and 2022.
Okay, yeah, it's the book.
It was so long ago.
Let's see. I've got chair, stairs, and audio about 2/3 in, having a great time. That's good. My current read is Who Will Die by Stacia Stark or Stasha. I'm not sure. During sprints I need to wash dinner and dishes and clean. Yeah. We're not going to talk about the disaster that's back here, including my accidental sweatpants. Hello,
it was Butter Honey Pig Bread.
I've never heard
that was not a book we read for Avengers.
It had to have been. There was no other reason why I would have read that.
That is not. You might have read it for something else, but that was not one of our group books for Avengers. I know that for sure.
I think it was just a recommendation, maybe not like a group book. Yeah, because Cal gave it 5 stars, so that tracks.
Yeah, that might make sense. That would make sense. It sounds like just by the title, it sounds like a book Cal would enjoy. Hello, pacing through the pages. Welcome. I'm gonna grab dinner and then I need to do some vendor prep. Ooh, Glinda has joined us. Welcome. Very nice. I watched the first season of Bridgerton and I want to read the books, but I'm scared. I've heard so many bad things about them. Here's the thing. If you go in knowing what they are, that they're Regency romances, that there's no real like they are written for the fantasy, there's no real awareness for the most part of what is actually going on in Britain at the time, because something that a lot of people don't know, but like the people who were wealthy at that time were wealthy off of the slave trade, a lot of them. So that's not addressed at all. It's not addressed in the show. It's not addressed in the books. And if you go into it not expecting any of that to be addressed, I feel like you can have a good time if you're willing to be like, okay, I'm dealing with a historical period. We're not addressing certain things. And also there is going to be some historically accurate misogyny in these. I think she does a decent job of having really strong female characters and having them all be very different. But I do want to hit the male love interests over the head a few times. And that's not even going into like the whole thing that happens with Daphne. I just pretend that part didn't happen in the book, to be honest, because I love them together. And it's a lot harder for me to deal with it in the show than it is in the book, to be fully honest, because I feel like the show, they had a chance, this was a criticism, that they had a chance to meaningfully address and have her show some remorse for, because that's my main issue with it. And they didn't. Like, just the fact that he was lying to her was enough, I feel, in the show for them to have a break. So, I don't go into any real spoilers in the original vlog I did, CC Cloud, if you want to go watch that. So it just kind of, it talks about some of like how I felt about it, but I don't go into any like specific spoilers. I don't think that you wouldn't already know from the first season of the show, to be honest, because after that things are very different. Daphne looks like Wendy Darling and I can't stand her.
The second I read that, I was like, she really does.
She does. They did not, and they also, those bangs, they did Phoebe so wrong with those bangs. So, Helen is here. Hello, I'm reading a Spindle Splintered. Very nice. I think the issue is it's YA. I'm like 2/3, so I won't do enough at this point. I'm kind of skimming. That makes sense. Okay, so it is the Little Woman retelling. Yes, for the book club. Or is it any good, Paco? Oh, very nice, Stephanie. I'm tuning in for my new baby reading channel. I'm gonna crack a baby reading channel. We have a baby reading channel, everyone. I'm going to crack open a Ruthless Boys book for the Zodiac Academy read along. Accidental sweatpants. So they're Critical Role sweatpants, and I thought they were the pair that I still don't have, because let me tell you, these sweatpants that they have, they're the most comfortable bitches you will ever put on your body. They are so soft on the inside. So I wanted to get all 3 of the ones that they have. And I thought this was the one that I don't have, and it was on sale, so I grabbed it, and it was a final sale. And by the time I'd realized it, which, let's be very clear, was 9 a.m. the next morning, they had already shipped it, so they could not cancel the order.
I mean,
I told them, I was
fast.
like, God works fast, but you guys work faster. And I didn't. I was like, oh well. Haven't read or watched either, but I feel like I enjoy the show to some extent. I understand that there are a lot of criticisms of it, and I definitely see those, but I do enjoy it, and I do like some of the philosophy behind how they're approaching it. So, anyways, we've been here for a half an hour. Shall we do some sprinting?
Oh yes.
So we do some sprinting, so Jess can change out of her work shirt.
No, I'm keeping it on. I'm comfortable.
She's committed.
Listen,
you're like, I'm gonna make binder clips happen.
It's warm. It's comfy. It has a pocket. I just have to binder clip the top of it together so that you don't know where I work.
Yeah, that is a fast shipping time. Bye, Paco. Back to have a good day at work, I hope, or at least a not terrible day. I know some days it's not good, but most days it's not good, but at least not terrible. That's a fast shipping time, and hey, now you have to. I do have to. I'm probably gonna see if I can resell this one for face value, because I'm sure that because it's no longer there. I'm sure there is some teeny tiny person like me that's like, God damn it, they sold out of my size. Because it really is a toss up as to whether or not that the extra small or the extra smalls are going to sell out right away, or they're going to be there forever. It's never, it's one or the other. It is never the same way twice when it comes to sizing. I enjoyed it, and I like the books enough that I read the whole series. The Smythe Smith, I will have to read the Smythe Smith spinoff. Yeah, I'm enjoying the books for what they are. I don't think Viscount Who Loved Me got 4 stars because I love Kate and Anthony, just for stupid reasons. I love that ship. So I really, really enjoyed that one. I think the Duke and I would have gotten a 4-star as well, except for that scene. But I do feel that the first 2 are the better written of the books, if that makes sense, or the best written of what I've read. And then 3 and 4 weren't as well written, in my opinion. The spinoff was okay. That was wild, kind of wild. Some of the plots, that's funny. But like, I enjoyed them for what they are, right? Because I went into them with realistic expectations. So, anyways, I'm gonna pop the sprint timer. Wait, what? My mouse is ignoring me. There we
go. Helen, be my kidnapper. I need someone to be my kidnapper.
I'm gonna go read that and see if that feels like something that would work for my character's backstory, because like I know she's like a soldier / knight. So I really enjoyed Colin and Penn, even if Colin was a butthead sometimes. They were fun. I haven't gotten to Hyacinth yet. I'm putting 7 and 8, I think, on hold until the next season comes out. Be my kidnapper. All right, let's pop the timer up. There we go. And we shall go in. And this is going to be a dinner sprint for me. I don't know what it's going to be for everybody else. But we shall go in 3, 2, 1. Let's hold on. I hope if I'm on there. Let's go. Hello. We time traveled for a minute just because people also wanted to use the kitchen, so I had to navigate that. But
Rude.
thank you, Steph. Appreciate that. Let's see. Well, why aren't you? I watched about an hour of the most recent Critical Role episode, and I made it. So, how did everyone else do?
I read like 60-ish pages of Dungeons and Drama.
Nice.
I edited another, I'm being attacked, 15 minutes in my video, like 15 real-time minutes, not 15 minutes. If that makes sense. And I put some groceries away because I went grocery shopping before we started. And I mixed up some bird food for the parrot.
Wow.
And she's just going to lay here now. So
you just stuck like that for all time.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Awkward. That feels like you're going to get a crick in your neck at some point.
Or your arm is going to start hurting.
Yeah, you know. It's fine.
It's fine. You just kind of adjust things, use your other arm to hold your arm up. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So, how did you do, Nell?
I actually read for the majority of that spread, so I made it to 55%. I have no idea how many pages that is. I think I was at like 40 or something, and now I made it to 55. And then for like the last maybe 7 minutes of that sprint, I started doing more, trying to build out the background for my second character.
What? Okay, I have to ask. We'll get to the comments in a minute. What class is your second character that you're building?
They are a sorcerer.
Ah, there we go. There's the sorcerer. Which subclass?
Is Draconic or something like that? I can't remember.
Draconic. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what my first solo character in Baldur's Gate was a draconic bloodline sorcerer.
Really?
Which means she's got like really cool. She's got like scales on her cheeks a little bit. I still haven't. I think I'm furthest in the one that I made for my D&D character, like my main campaign character, but which is my fight lock. But yeah, sorcerers are squishy.
Yeah. I tried to do this because originally I was gonna do a sorcerer for Kako's campaign, but the warlock was just, I don't know, there's something about the warlock that just was like better. But I was like, you know what? I feel like I abandoned the sorceress. Like I need to do something with that. So I decided to make, and this character is like very different. Like this character is a dude for one, which obviously the first one was, a girl. So this is a dude who's a tiefling, and then a sorcerer, a draconic sorcerer. So
the resident bisexual, if anyone's wondering.
So yeah, and the background, their like background is criminal. So
exciting. Yeah, it's fun doing all that. And warlocks are fun. They're especially fun for like short stuff because a short rest is only an hour, so you can get your spells back really, really quickly. I'm actually multi-classing my fight lock into a divination wizard as well, because I'm like, 2 spell slots is not enough spell slots. And I hate being like, hey guys, can we take a short rest now? Or like to get like 1 spell slot back.
Yeah, I definitely had to think about that with the character for Paco's campaign because I only have 2 spell slots. So a lot of my cantrips are stuff that like I can use. Like if I need to like fight and stuff, I had to like load up. Yeah.
You want to do like AoE area of effect spells, or like warlocks are really good if you want to control the battlefield and you know how to play them. Did I know how to play them first warlock? No.
Well, I guess I'll find out next week how to play it.
Yep. Am I getting better at it? Yes. So Anyways, listen, so much practice was had in Baldur's Gate. Like, that's my go-to is like I build a character and then I build them in Baldur's Gate as much as I can so I can figure out how they work. But let's see. Helen finished her novella. Very nice. Jen read 20 pages and put my littles to bed. I understand that takes a hot minute. Ate some chips and salsa, took a shower, and now I'm finally ready to open my book. Yay! Oh, butt pats. That's so funny. And what is it like? For some reason, I've been being fed content of like dogs and cats that want butt pats. I don't know why this happened, but yeah. It was one of those things I was like, I thought this was only a my dog thing. And then I'm like, oh, it's most of them.
She gets really like, she wags her tail. Like I'll pat her butt and I stop and she gets all like wild with her tail. And then she'll stop and she's like waiting for me to do it again.
That's so funny. That's funny. Anyways, I hope they were good chips and salsa. Very nice. Very nice. I'm going to start editing, I think, in the next sprint. Start getting stuff ported over because I want the video to go up kind of early tomorrow. Wow, I just got a whole bunch more comments. It's so comfy. That's hilarious. I put bedding in my hi Betty Spaghetti, how are you? I put bedding in my laundry and then read for 40-ish pages with a 7-pound dog on my shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
I feel that.
They get like that. The real danger is when you get them when they are 7 pounds, but they end up being a big dog because they're puppy. So you gotta that's always a fun where you're like, you're not puppy anymore. We can't do this anymore. Anyways, Glenda got to page 282 out of 300, so 90 pages left. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying it. Rewashed. I got to go do that in the next sprint too. I got to go wash some dishes so my mother lets me continue to live in her house. I washed dishes and got to 74%, scrolled for a little bit, and then journaled. Next sprint, I've got to take a shower. Dishes are a constant point of contention for us because I'm like, I don't feel we need a spotless kitchen every night. And I'm fine as long as they're rinsed and like stacked neatly, if not everything fits in the dishwasher. And sometimes she's like, no, I want it all clean. And I'm like, but I pay the mortgage, part of the mortgage now. So
there is that.
Here's what it is. Yeah, my dad was like, hey, I think we should raise your rent. And he's like, what do you think would be fair? And I was like, I think paying for a third of the mortgage would be fair. And that ended up being exactly, I needed to give money for that though. Ended up being exactly what I was already paying in rent, even though he's like, yeah, that's fair. I didn't know that at the time, but tis what it is. Rope, I thought you said you were going to read. What are you doing, Ben? I went for an evening jog and watched Malcolm in the Middle. No, hold on. There is proof here. Hello, I'm here to actually read tonight. Took today off so I can, happy birthday. So I guess we won't give you too hard of a time if it's your birthday weekend.
This is part of their recharge. Watching Malcolm in the Middle, that's part of the recharge.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, oh my God, next 84 hours off for Viddy. Amazing. Yes, spend all of the books or read all of the books. So, okay. Okay, like I was saying a hot minute ago, I think I'm going to edit during this next sprint. I think my ring light is dying, like quite literally. Unless it's, I think it's unplugged. That's what's going on here. Okay. We'll figure out how to fix that without disconnecting my camera. That's the trick. Anyways, what are y'all thinking about doing in the next sprint? What's everybody else? I lied.
At least you're honest now.
I'm actually going to read Lecture Board next. Is this your first time reading it, or is this a reread, Ben? I love this book. I need to reread it, but I have plans to reread it, so I'm not going to. Yeah. But okay, what is everyone else planning on doing in the next sprint? Do we have an idea?
I'm gonna finish the last 15 minutes of editing, which will probably take me a half hour, and then maybe find some food.
Food is good. Food is helpful. Yeah.
I mean, it's only 9 p.m. Who needs dinner?
Who needs food?
I try to eat before 9 p.m. It doesn't happen very often anymore.
I find that I eat lunch too late, and so I'm not usually hungry when it's like a normal time to eat dinner. And so then I end up eating dinner super late, which is not good, but like I don't know how to fix this problem.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I end up like if I can have dinner sometime around the 8 o'clock time, I feel like I'm doing good because a lot of the time, like lunch happens at like 4 p.m. because I'm like, oh, food, I should eat. Right? I used to be so much more consistent with like eating around the when I was working, like at a real job.
Yeah.
So, because we had our lunch hour and it was when the phones were off, typically.
I had a big lunch today, so dinner very well may be like just a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or a bowl of cereal. But I know if I don't eat tonight, then I will wake up at like 3 a.m, so hungry I can't go back to sleep. So,
yeah. Dinner and some reading, very nice. The other thing that I sometimes do is I will eat breakfast so late, I just count that as lunch.
Yeah. I do that most of the time.
If I eat breakfast at like noon, I'm like, it's lunch. We'll just add some chips to it. It was my first time reading it. I've been hearing about it for so long, and it's high time I actually read it. It is so good. It's also like, here's the thing: is I feel like this is, and it's. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to preface it with this is better written than the series I'm about to reference, but I feel like it's like if Shadowhunters was actually involved American history. Because like it very much feels like a Shadowhunters-esque situation where she's like no idea and then all idea. So like and have to deal with the secret world that no one else knows about. And that is where the again comparison stop because it is so much better written than what Cassandra Clare writes. No offense to Cassandra Clare, I love her. But usually eat dinner around 7:30, but I get off work around 7. See, if I'm out, I might actually eat at a decent time. It's when I am home, I'm not doing much. In the next one, I have to switch water, take the dog out, and continue to read. Amazing. Well, we're going to do that next sprint. Oh, wait, hold on. I do need to redo the timer because I screwed it up for my thing. We had to adjust some things. Put it back at 60. Okay. And we will do this.
Raja, she's not going anywhere. She's literally just sitting directly in front of the screen and she keeps touching your guys' faces.
That's so funny. All right. There we go. We've got it up. Okay, so we're going to add this back. And we're going to go for another hour. So I will see you guys in, or no, that's not what I say. We'll go in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back, everybody. I love Abria Iyengar. She's just so good at what she does. She makes me laugh. Anyways, we're now 2 hours into Critical Role, and the footage has been cut down from an hour and 53 minutes or 55 minutes, I think, to an hour and 45 minutes. So we've managed to do all the color correction and cut out a whole 10 minutes of footage. And this is one of those that I'm like, I think we're going to try backwards editing this time. So, because usually the last take is the best take, right? Anyways,
one can hope.
One can hope. How did you do today? That sprint, my friend. Oh, dishes were put away as well.
What?
I said dishes were put away as well. Yay.
I finished my first pass of editing. I just need to go through and do like the add things onto the screen and make sure I didn't miss anything and take my notes of everything that I need to remember to link.
That part's so much fun.
My favorite part, but at least I can listen to it at 2 times speed and not have to watch myself talk for 30 minutes.
I do it at 2 times speed all the time, just because I'm like, it's not that like it's boring at 1 time speed, but it's just like I'm trying to edit as quickly as possible because I want the least amount of editing time to happen. Does that actually work, or does that make it longer? I don't know, but it makes me feel better.
I have to edit out so much that if I edit at 2 times speed, it takes longer because I continually pass what I need to go back and then cut out, and then it's like a constant, you know. So the first pass,
my first pass is just I'm getting rid of as much of the repetition as I can find, and then I go back and I'm a little bit more careful with stuff.
I do the opposite. I'm like, I go through slow and get rid of all the junk, and then I go through fast and added everything in.
Yeah. Oh, see, I'm still doing my second. What do we do? My second pass is I'm still doing some of the editing because that's when I start. Like I do the effects and like zoom in and all of that. I meant to do this one in 4K to see if I could zoom in more. Oh well, too late.
Too late.
We're doing good to get a video up and edited and potentially posted by tomorrow morning. Originally, I was like, hey, it's Valentine's Day. And then I was like, we're just going to say Valentine's season because that gives us some room to maybe post on Sunday, even though I don't want to. So, how did you do?
I also read 30 pages of my book.
That's right. You have a book to read, don't you?
I do.
You got me started talking about my favorite part of the process, which is video process, which is editing. Anyways, how was your turn? Your sprint, Nell?
It was good. I did not read at all. How long were you guys back before I came in here, or before I turned my camera on?
Like a minute.
Like 4 minutes.
Okay, so I didn't miss much. Good, because I wasn't sure when you guys came back. I had a different tab open because I'm working on the story for the character, like the backstory. So I was like deep into writing, and I was like, oh wait, I probably should check to see if they're back. And you were. So that's basically all I did. I had the finale for Fantasy High on playing in the background while I'm typing away with this character.
Amazing. How far into it are you?
I'm close to being finished. Some of the stuff I had to like flesh out. Like there's some stuff with like a child and like some drama with like a sick child and stuff like that. It's like I gotta, some fleshing out to do. But
amazing. What is it? My Strahd character has a little bit of that because I'm a blood hunter, and one of the things that blood hunters do is there's a ritual that you go through. But in the Strahd world, in Barovia, Strahd strictly controls magic. So like there is not a lot of, so we're like, this is a magic that's been passed down through family. They haven't used it in a couple of generations because of Strahd, that they use because my character, basically the way that I kind of envisioned it is she has like an issue with her heart. And so they had to do open heart surgery, which was this ritual. This ritual was basically open heart surgery to fix her heart.
Nice.
None of the other characters know that yet, though. So.
Yeah, this character, they have a child that nobody knows is their child. And the child recently got diagnosed with something that is extremely expensive to treat. And so he was going to leave the criminal life, but like now he can't.
Now he can't. Nope. And nobody would blame him for not leaving. To be fully honest. I'm going to put this in the pin holder because that's where pins go, and that's a nice pin. I have a special fancy, I don't know if anybody can see it, Lord of the Rings fountain pin that I got. It's really cool. It's got like the...
Oh, it's so pretty.
Yeah, it's got like the leaf on it. I paid for this and the ink. I paid $200. So we take care of this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Like it was so hard. I was like, I can't pay $200 for a pen. And then I was like, oh, there's ink in it, and there's also another nib, and it's also got some of the licensing.
It's worth it.
Anyways, so yeah. I love it. It's my new favorite pen. I'm using it all the time. And the ink has sparkles in it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a shimmer ink. So, nice. Which means I'm gonna have to clean it more, but oh well, I don't care. It's pretty. But, interesting. So, what are you thinking you might use your sorcerer for?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. So I was talking to my therapist on last Friday. And she was saying that, like, she was like, oh, you should, like, look for, like, there are probably people in your area who also, like, want to start a campaign. And she was like, you should, like, look for that. And she said that she was going to, like, pull together some resources because she has a bunch of friends that, like, also do, like, D&D stuff or whatever. So she was like, she would, like, put me in touch, I guess, with some people. So.
Nice. Check the library.
Ooh, okay.
Sometimes libraries will have, like, a D&D group. The other thing that you can check, and I'm not to volunteer him for this, but if you feel like you need a buddy to go, I'll let Ben know, and you guys can see what you want to do. But you can also check adventurers, like your local game stores and like Adventurers League. I don't do that personally because it's just me going into, and I don't know like what the. I'm very surprised that there aren't more game stores near me that do a ladies' night, where it's like primarily focused on women. But like the Adventurers League, the problem with Dungeons and Dragons is it being a nerd hobby. Sometimes there are a lot of really nice guys. Like everyone that I've ever played with has been absolutely delightful and wonderful. Some of the nicest people that you know, except when they're DMing for you. Anyways, but you also get a lot of those guys. So. If you want a button, let me know, and I'll see if Ben would be willing to like hang out with you and go find some D&D to play, just to make like have backup in case people decide to get weird.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks.
But we had let's see, Lufsik joined us. Hello. Or is it Lufsik or is it Lovesick? I'm just now reading this again.
Oh, I like Lovesick. That would be cool.
It could be either one. Bree took a shower and ate dinner. Very nice. Yes, I took a shower before we filmed. I need to go wash my makeup off, to be fully honest. I forgot that I had makeup on, and I went walking with I had taken my lipstick off, so there was that. And I'd meant to put sunglasses on so that you couldn't see my eyes. I was like, I'll keep the makeup on because I'm going to be doing lives. But I just fully went out. I'm like in my sweats and like my hoodie, and then full beat on the eyes. Got a few looks. Hello, Kale. I'm going to be fully on. Do you want to work? Thank you. I'm going to be fully honest. I don't know. Maybe you guys have an idea. I don't pay attention to the Oscars.
I have no idea. But I have been keeping up with the figure skating Olympics, if anybody cares about that.
I have not been keeping up with the figure skating Olympics, but figure skating used to be my jam when the Winter Olympics was happening. So I know that everyone's really mad that the French ice dance team won.
Yeah.
So, and I can't remember. I think there's an ice dance team that like the people who are in it used to be partners with, and there was a really weird, and I think that might be them, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
And then I know that someone landed a backflip legally in the Olympics for the first time since the first 1977 when it was banned.
So yeah, I mean, listen, the French winning the ice dance gold, I was shocked that they got gold. I thought that they were going to get bronze, so that did come as a bit of a surprise, but they were really good. Like, I remember, like, I think it was the first day, I think it was Friday, when they, you know, all the teams are going or whatever. France went, and I was like, oh, this is incredible. And then, like, a bunch of other teams win, and you get to, like, you know, the U.S., like, obviously, like, Madison, like, Chalk and Bakes are, like, fantastic, phenomenal. And I was like, oh, the French really should be up in, like, the top 5, because the French, they were, like, so much, like, further down. I was like, oh, that's so weird. Like, this team was really good. So the fact that they, like, had this, like, huge comeback in the end and ended up taking gold, I was like, oh.
Wow.
When I said they were good, I didn't mean I wanted you to get gold. Like, that's not what we were trying to do here.
No. I take it back.
Right.
Listen,
I was just kidding.
Just kidding. Whoever they are, they can't have been as good as Tessa Moir and Scott Virtue. And I think that was the last year I actually paid attention to the Olympics.
Fair. That's fair.
So
I haven't watched any this year at all, and I normally keep up. I do skating and I'm usually I watch snowboarding usually.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched a single solitary. I've seen clips, but I haven't actually watched anything.
Used to be a whole big thing, and we would watch it together as a family and stuff. And I think that the last couple of years it hasn't had the same sparkle. And part of that is because I've learned some of the stuff, like the stuff that goes on behind the scenes when they are building for all of these things, and like the fact that people get displaced because of, like, they'll kick people out of their homes to build some of these stadiums and stuff. And I'm just like, suddenly this feels a little icky, so I'm just gonna show up to support my girl Simone Biles. That is all we're doing.
She was there. She came to watch the figure skating today.
Oh, that's nice.
She watched the men's.
Awesome.
It was devastating today.
I was oh man, I feel like the last time I actually paid attention to the Olympics was the last year that Michelle Kwan was doing them, actually. So, and I'm still pissed that she never got gold.
I honestly pay more attention in non-Olympic years to figure skating specifically.
Oh, interesting.
When they're doing like worlds and
stuff.
Yeah, I for some reason I catch more of those than I do the Olympics.
I catch zero of them, although I will watch the YouTube explainer videos.
Well, pairs is still happening. Pairs is not finished yet, and ladies singles is not finished yet.
So ladies singles isn't until like the end of next week, I think.
Yeah, because I think pairs starts on Sunday, I think.
I should watch it. I have Peacock. Like, I would be able to watch it. I don't know why I haven't been.
I mean, I watched the Super Bowl. That was my sports event for the year. I'm done now.
I knew we weren't watching the real halftime show, so I didn't even bother going downstairs.
I was home alone, so I watched the first half of the sports ball game, watched the halftime show, and then turned the TV off and did something else. Now, was I yelling at the TV screen during the sports ball game and then went, "What are you doing?"
That's hilarious.
Because unfortunately, I grew up in a football family, so like I understand everything that's happening.
Oh, I have no idea what's happening.
And then I get angry, and I'm like, "You don't even like football. You don't even like either of these teams. You don't even have a team."
Listen, if Taylor Swift could not convince me to watch football, no one is going to be able to convince me to watch. I watch football for two teams, the Bucks and the Gators, and I am past when I cared about both of them.
To make you feel better, I didn't watch the Super Bowl at all. I completely forgot that it even happened. I went to the gym on Monday, and they like the Seahawks were like at Disney World, like waving on the parade, and I was like, oh, that did happen yesterday.
Right.
I guess the Seahawks won.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh, hold on. We have Carly. Hello, Carly. I'm reading The Last Letters by Rebecca Yarrow. So I'm getting to the end and it's supposed to shatter me and I'm ready for it. Amazing. Helen ate dinner, ended up scrolling social media. Okay. Wrong account. Oh no. We love when we're logged in on the wrong one. Hello, Brenna. Welcome. Was
what the pen?
Oh, no. This is the pen is Ferris Wheel Press. They have a collection that they just did with Lord of the Rings. So they have Ringbearer, which is Frodo, they have Gandalf, and then they have Sauron. For reasons I don't understand why everyone loves Sauron so much. He's literally just a burning eye. Like, he doesn't even have the cool factor that Darth Vader has. So why we're doing Sauron and not, like, I don't know, Elrond or Galadriel? Don't know. Not sure.
What? Galadriel? Is that a woman? They don't have women in that series. What are you talking about?
No, there's 2 whole women in it. No, 3 whole women in it. There's Galadriel, Eowyn, and Arwen. So.
And I mean, technically there's 5 if you count Tom Bombadil's wife, whoever it is,
and Rosie,
and Shelob the Spider. There's 5. Don't get me started, man.
It's very funny to like read Lord of the Rings and see how little, like, the one thing I will say is, like, it's very clear how much Tolkien respected women from the way he writes them, but the fact that there aren't a lot of them in there, it's like, oh man. I feel like there's probably more in the Silmarillion than there is in the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Are you okay? There are 2 women in that entire series. All 2. He just changes the name. Okay. And most of them are modeled after his wife. And they're always described as like the most beautiful woman ever. And she's perfect and lovely. And we love her. And then Eowyn, who is modeled after his daughter. That's it.
I feel like Arwen and Galadriel do have some difference between them. But you don't get a lot of it unless you actually like read the appendices.
Okay, that's probably fair. I haven't read the appendices. I was too angry about the rest of it, okay?
Oh, I love this fucking series. But it's very funny how, like, and this is true. Tolkien was a wife guy before wife guys were a thing. Like, he wrote an entire thing where the goddess, wonderful hero woman is modeled after his wife, and then, like, it's called the Ballad of Beren and Luthien. And on their gravestones there's Beren and Luthien, and it's so romantic. It's sweet. I love it. We'll see if I still love Lord of the Rings after I finish this most recent reread. I still liked The Hobbit, so there is that.
And there's not a single woman in The Hobbit. Not one. Not a single woman.
So, I mean, it does make sense when you think about the fact that a lot of his writing, especially like The Hobbit, and the Hobbit is more fun. It's like fairy story, but like, especially
because women can't have fun.
No, Lord of the Rings is, obviously we have to keep the men in line. There's no time for us to have fun. The world would stop.
This is true.
Stop spinning.
This is honestly true.
But a lot of Lord of the Rings was him processing all of his trauma from being in the trenches in World War I.
And it was predominantly men that he was around, not necessarily all, but predominantly.
Like, I understand why he was like, women don't go to war. I get that part, so I don't hold too much against him for that. But still.
I mean, do you know, it literally is like 5 women in Lord of the Rings. Just the Lord of the Rings. We're not talking like extra books, appendices, none of like the actual text, Lord of the Rings. 5 named women.
5 whole women. Yeah.
Over 250 named men.
That does not surprise me at all.
It is insane.
Did you count that, or is that something that you looked up?
I looked it up because I had to know.
No, she counted it.
I can't. You know what? One of these days, I'm just gonna make a list.
I asked because that is the kind of thing that Jess would do.
It is. I probably should just make a spreadsheet.
If she turns her camera, you'll see the tally marks on the wall.
Like a crazy person, just like.
So, oh my god, that's hilarious. Hello, Kayla. Welcome. Happy Galentine's. Yes, happy Galentine's. I've been reading The Time Traveler's Wife, but switch to the audiobook Difficult Loves by Italo Calvino. Okay, so a bunch of short stories. Helen has game stores can't. Yeah, it's one of those things where like any sort of femme presenting person going into the game stores, it's you never know what you're going to get, because some people like really work at making sure that it's a safe space for women, and well, it's a safe space for non-cis men, and some they don't. Oh, Lovesick is my other account.
Oh.
Okay, I see. Okay. Oh, I have a new favorite quote from It's College. Smart but a bad influence described like half the student. That's hilarious. I love that. Oh, yeah, I still think about them. I like, on the one hand, I fully understand that a man and a woman can have a professional relationship and not actually like get married. Also, how many fanfics were written about? Like, I am sure that a lot of the ice skating romances that we see, they are the blueprint.
Probably.
Man, they sold it. So, yeah, that happened here in Vancouver for 2010. Okay. Yeah, that's and like it's one of those things that I'm like thinking about LA and like all of the stuff that like already we have a problem with when we do new construction trying to get people out. Like there was an entire raid on an apartment complex because the owner wanted to be able to sell the building. So yeah. There was one theater, I don't remember her name, but she had a routine. Oh, I saw that. I saw that she had done that.
Yeah, that was good.
Amazing. I think I saw that, was like, I'll go watch that when I wasn't able to listen to anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, it's been really good watching it. A lot of the today was rough. Like the men's singles was rough today. Like the 5 guys that were in like the top 5, I think 4 out of 5 of them fell while they were doing their program. Yeah.
That's wow. That is always hard, because that's one of those things that you can train and have perfect technique, and like just one wrong move, like just one thing can go, and you don't have control over it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Ilya, whatever his name is, the one that's from the US, the one that's from Virginia, everybody's been talking about him like every single day leading up to today, being like, this guy, he's going to change the game. He's going to do like, a 7 rotation quad, like just hyping him up. And he was in first when they did the short program. He was in first. So everybody was like, oh, guaranteed. He's definitely going to at least place in the top 3.
Yeah.
He ended up placing 8th.
Yeah.
He went from number 1 to number 8.
Here's the problem with Ilya, and because I did actually watch his program, his long program when he did the backflip earlier for the team.
Yeah.
He's a very powerful skater. Very, like, his physical capability is probably unmatched in what is existing at this point in time. He's not very artistic.
Yeah.
Not to say that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm a fat kid. I'm not skating anywhere, doing anything with anybody. But as someone who has literally, I skated as a kid, I know, his artistic is not great. And they put a lot of points into the artistry of it. And that is part of that's part of the problem with like some of the behind the scenes of gymnastics, figure skating specifically, is that they have this like physical capability, but if they don't have everything else exactly perfect, they can still be beat out by someone who is more artistic. He's not artistic enough, I don't think, to go to the places that people think that he's going to go to. He's still very, especially for a 21-year-old.
Yeah, he's young.
He's young, but he's just very like robotic, and his movements are not very fluid. So I'm surprised he went that far down, but I'm not surprised that he went down.
Because he fell like 3 times. So he got a lot of points. I think he lost like, what did I say, like 70 something points or something altogether that he lost. I was like, oh, and everybody was expecting him to place in the top. Like, they definitely thought that it was going to be between him and I forget what the guy from Japan's name is, but they were basically like neck and neck for first and second. We already knew it was going to be one of those two. Like, one of them was going to be in first, and one of them was going to be in second. So the fact that Ilya dropped all the way down to 8th, it just was like everybody's jaw was on the ground. Like, nobody saw that coming. It was crazy.
Wow.
They said part of it, they originally hadn't intended for him to skate for teams. They had been planning on letting him rest so that he could have a better shot at his long program. But because we were so far behind for podium for teams, they were like, all right, we got to throw in our kid who can do the job. And they did. And then he didn't get the rest that he normally has between shows. And especially for a long program, because it is in the name, it's a long program. And it can be very exhausting for them, especially in that high pressure environment. So,
well, the other thing that you run into, and somebody was talking about this with like the jumps, they were talking about the fact, and it's like a blip, because the entire thing is about why so many of the women, when it comes to skating, why they have such short careers when they are like the ones that are able to do the quad jumps end up having such short careers. And it's because the way that quad jumps are taught right now put a lot of pressure and torque on your lower back. And so the athletes are not going as long because they're training for people to be able to, like, basically their whole, rather than being like, hey, let's build up the muscles for us to be able to do this, the whole philosophy is let's keep the weight down so that they can do this. And I understand. Yeah, it's like, so it'll be very interesting one of the things that I was looking at with him, I was like, it'll be very interesting to see how much longevity he has in his career with as much as he is doing with the powerful stuff. And is like, because like it's even an issue with the male skaters when they start getting into the quads. So,
well, and the figure skating doesn't have as long of a time period as the ice dancing, because Chalk and Bates are like in their mid to late 30s.
Wow.
I think they are
like 35.
I think they're the oldest team in competition for ice dancing. But most figure skaters, women, usually don't make it past 25. The men usually don't make it past 30. But in ice dancing, they tend to make it longer because they're not doing
have all the jumps.
They do have jumps, but they're not trying to do quads like that.
And they're not doing a lot of throws and stuff.
They have a lot. They have other things that definitely make it dangerous. I've seen some accidents in my day, but they don't.
Was it ice dance or was it pairs that somebody like she hit her face, like she got a skate in the face?
That was pairs, I do believe, where she got a
this
skate
year?
in the face. No, it was. I can't remember if it was the last Olympics or the one before.
Because somebody had posted like a picture of someone like on the ice, and like you could see blood on the ice, and like it was just pouring out of her face. Like you could just see a pool of blood on the ice right below her face.
One of the ones where they were spinning with one skate in the air side by side, and he just sliced right above her eye.
I always get so scared when I see stuff like that.
That bleeds so above the eye is gonna bleed so much.
It was.
Yeah, and it's the women especially have a hard time because our body, like our center of gravity changes and we gain weight. And again, they're not training for women to like, it's one of those things that if they weren't so dependent on keeping weight down, they would be able to start. So they get to a point where you have to start train, like you haven't been learning the techniques to use your muscles the way that they need to be used to be able to get this. There was somebody that she took like a year off and went and completely redid how she does stuff. and like built up the muscle, and because they don't have the muscle built up, it doesn't work once you start getting, because your weight is such a important part of being able to get the lift for the jumps apparently. So anyways, okay, that drives me nuts when you've got like they have a flawless routine, but the French, but again, like Jess said, there's also like an artistic element to it as well.
They definitely think that the French judge is
what
being a little shady.
Weren't the French the ones that were caught in the cheating scandal a couple of Olympics back? Like there was a whole cheating scandal with like Russia and somebody else.
I can't remember if it was the French for that. I know one reason why the people are mad that the French team won is not only because of the whole they think the French judge is cheating, but because they're like her boyfriend, who I think used to be her skate partner, has been banned for questionable sexual assault choices.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah.
So he was banned from the Olympics and from skating in general. And then they lifted the ban, but then put it back in temporarily. Like there's been a bunch of stuff going on with that. And because they've been so supportive of him and like saying that, that he's not, that he's not that kind of person, he would never do that. People are kind of upset that someone who is that supportive of someone who shouldn't be supported won gold. That was part of the conversations I was hearing today as well.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but there was a whole cheating scandal where like they'd like, and I don't remember, but like the teams weren't allowed to compete, I don't think, because of it.
Well, like Russia's still not competing, so
they're banned.
They're banned. I think they have to compete as like independents. They cannot compete for their country.
They're allowed to compete independently, and their flag is the Olympic flag.
Yeah. So, Ben says, I'm sad nobody talks about the Puppy Bowl. Hello, Katie. Welcome. If you're still here, thank you for stopping by. How are you today?
Because we went on a tangent.
I didn't know that there was a Loader Pin Kickstarter a year or two ago, and now I'm mad. She was the matriarch of. I mean, like, I think all of the spiders that you see are all female. Why Sauron?
But they don't have names.
I know they don't. They are grandmother and grandmother. Yeah. Let's see. I think that had a nice. Haha, very funny. It's not like has the company stop in Rivendell with Arwen nowhere to be found. Yeah, and I don't think I feel like to be fair, Legolas isn't in Mirkwood either, as he wasn't invented yet. As someone who read Lord of the Rings first and then we read The Hobbit, I just assumed he was there, and we just didn't see him because of the way that it goes down in The Hobbit. Including Galadriel creating Tauriel fixes this problem y'all are talking about or draws attention to it. I think both. I think it is an attempt to fix the problem, and I think they did some interesting things with that. And also, Sir did not write enough women. So, they're selling to the circle of life. Amazing. And him being in the Hobbit movies. I don't know. I feel like having Legolas in there was that was one of those things. Like, you know how there's some stuff that is like, it's put in there for the fans.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we've worked that, like, the fans would want him to show up, and so it is in there for the fans. And if we have to put up with Gollum, we might as well get our elven prince as well.
I mean, not only that, but it's not just that they have Legolas there for the fans, it's because they have Orlando Bloom there to get people who are like obsessed with Orlando Bloom their ass in a chair to watch the movie.
Yeah. Plus, you can't. Yeah, he still did get cool moments. You can't. Like, here's the thing: is you can't have so much with his dad, with his father, without having him. Yeah. Like, it makes sense in the book, but like we are actually seeing Thranduil's point of view. So. Oh, for sure. Some of it was kind of true to him, but I appreciated that he was there. Cool. What a night. Went to do laundry with my aunts and was dropping off a book at my friend's first. I'm like, oh no, blocking the car because of all the snowbanks. That is. I hate batteries dying. Hello to Neil. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Okay, wow. My brain didn't even register that was completely so. I saw the other one. Okay, yeah. Oh, that is so frustrating. I was like, wait, snow? I didn't think that there was snow where because they both have slightly dark backgrounds, so I thought it was Helen. I didn't even know there was snow where Helen lived, and I was like, oh yeah, there is definitely snow where Tennille is, though.
Yeah, there be snow there.
Back to 2002. I knew it, which is completely changed how they rate skating. Yeah, I knew there was a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of stuff that came out of that. So, okay, we're gonna do one last sprint. I'm gonna do it for 45 because I don't want to be here till midnight. Are we all good to stay till that point at this point, or do we need to say our? Okay, I just want to make sure that if you have to say goodbye now, you get a chance to plug anything special that's coming up. So, all right, where's the timer? There we go. How does this work? I don't know what I'm doing, guys. All right, I'm still getting used to doing this again, okay? It's been a hot minute. All right, let's go in 3, 2, 1. Onward! sorry, my phone didn't want to stay in its usual spot where I put it. It was like, no, I'm going to fall and cause a bunch of noise. Let's see. Okay, hold on. So Tennille has got more. I'm ignoring this so we can go back. Not Tennille, I'm sorry. Helen has got more. Start that one too. More tea for the 2002 what's going on with the Olympics, and also just in general. So, but real quick, I'm gonna close the timer because that was our last sprint. How did we do, my friends? How was that sprint for us?
I didn't do anything. I just doom scrolled.
Okay.
It's too late in the evening to brain.
I understand that. I do understand that. How about you, Nell?
I am like 90% finished with the backstory of this character, so I feel great.
Yay. That's exciting. That's really exciting. It'll be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see like your reactions to when we play, because it seems like we have a good mix of people like know what they're doing and people who are new at it. So you're gonna get to see like a large kind of what's the word, variety of like what the different classes can do. Like we've got marshals, we've got spellcasters. What am I doing? I'm a druid. That's right.
Druid might be like the next. If I make another character, it would be between druid and monk.
Nice. So that's funny. My choices. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do a druid or if I wanted to do a monk this time, because like I was starting to feel like maybe but I was like, no, I really want to do a druid, and I want to start like trying. They're fun because they have wild shape. So like if you use wild shape correctly, and this is easier in 2020, the 2024 versus 5e, but which they're both 5e, but you have 2014 and 2024, so I call them 5 and 5.5. But like if you use them correctly, because you have like when you wild shape, it goes through your wild shape hit points before it touches yours. You can kind of like just go through wild shapes depending on how many wild shapes you have. So it's very, very interesting how our druid in the Stride game has been using this. So I'm very excited to see what you do, what you want to do. Wow. So, and I'm excited that you're playing a warlock. I love warlocks. They're so much fun. Like I like the flavor of warlocks, right? The spells frustrate me a tiny bit, but I like the flavor of them. So my warlock hits things more often than not.
I feel like I set myself up pretty good. Like I have a decent amount of hit points, relative. Yeah. Like I have a good amount of like spells and cantrips. Like I feel like I'm prepared, but I literally don't know what else is gonna throw at us.
Yeah. How did you feel going from the hit points that you had for your warlock to the hit points that you have for your sorcerer?
I think I only went up by like maybe 10, because I think my warlock has like 38 and my sorcerer has like 40 something. I forget what.
That's actually not bad for a sorcerer if you're like you're doing them at like level 5. I've seen character like my brother played a wizard the very first campaign that I was DMing. He played a pre-made wizard, and he had like 12 hit points. Sorcerers and warlocks, when you first get started with them, they have like that's scary to see how few hit points they had. I've done a straight up. I'm like, you know what? Maybe we just start every build as a fighter from here on out. That D10. All right. So Russia is banned because of doping.
Yeah, I thought they were banned because of like the war and stuff.
Yeah, I thought it was because of Ukraine too. So Tennille says it's 11:30 p.m. We're regrouping tomorrow morning. I fully understand that. We couldn't turn the cars around to boost because of the snowbanks. What was it? My dad, I had a tire go out driving home at one time. I say I had a tire go out. There's like a street where you have like the main road, and then you have the turn off onto the cross street. And I took it a little too tightly and like popped my tire. So we just like I pulled it into there's a bank nearby, and my dad got me up at like 4 a.m. to be like, all right, we're changing the tire. Gonna put your spare on. Okay. I remember that as well. They were shafted. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember that being an issue. Hello. We've got some hellos. 20 pages of a manga and scroll Instagram for Helen. Brennan made it to 31% and Burned the Place by Ileana Reagan. Very nice. I love druids. I actually looked at monks for this campaign besides. I feel like a monk is one that like it's fun. Like fighter is fun regardless. Because you get to fighter and barbarian, if you're doing a one shot, fun. You get to hit things, you get to do stuff. Some of the other ones you kind of have to, it really depends on what level you start at, because you kind of have to build up, right? I think that, what was I saying? I think that was why I decided against a paladin this time.
My character that I use when we do one shots is a barbarian.
Yeah, barbs are great.
And we only ever do one shots because it's just like me and my writing friends, and it's like we like once every year-ish when we're in person, like we'll just do a one shot one night when we're together for a week. So it's very minimal knowledge and information.
No, you played D&D. How did I not know this, Jess?
Very little. Legitimately.
I can get that. Anyway, Jess is like, oh no. What have I awoken?
I'm not afraid of you.
No, she shouldn't be. I'm too nice as a DM. So also I'm terrible at balancing barbarians. They hit so many things and they hit so hard. So
listen, I was just told, like, when the first time that we were told to create our own characters, because the first couple of times our DM created our characters for us because none of us had any clue what we were doing. So the first time that she was like, you know, make your own character, and I was like, for someone who doesn't know what they're doing, recommendation. And she was like, something without spells and things that you have to keep track of, someone who's a fighter. And I was like, cool, I can do that.
Most people, if you're coming into Dungeons and Dragons like very little knowledge of what's going on, most people, they recommend that you do like a fighter, you do a barbarian, because they're very, very simple classes. Paladin is also a good one because they are what's known as a half caster. So they have magic, but they don't have they can't get all the way up to 9th level spells. People don't normally recommend druids to start with. They don't normally recommend anyone that has any spells to start with. But then like you have people like me and Nell who went into it with like 75 seasons of Dimension 20 under their belt already.
Which is fair.
So there is that. But like, yeah, I don't know. I like getting in there and being able to hit stuff. So I feel like there will always be a martial bend to my characters. But I also like casting spells. So I don't know. Playing just like a straight up wizard was real hard for me because I was like, oh, I have to keep distance from things. Cool distance.
I have lots of weapons and I always forget that they exist. So
I understand. Hey, my druid can in my game that I run, my druid can swap out her spells every long rest, and she continually forgets to do so.
I feel like that would be me.
Yeah, that's part of why I wanted to like start playing a druid, because I played a cleric before. That was my very, very first character, the one that I sent a novel to my DM when I was going to be in 3 games, like 3 sessions. But I think it would be fun to play a druid simply because of the fact that you can swap your spells out based on what you think is going to be happening. So I enjoy having access to my entire spell list. Anyways, I know we are here at the end. I meant to do this at the beginning because the beginning we usually have the most people, but I forgot. So do we have anything that we want to plug before we head out?
I'll have sprints next Friday at the same time as what we started sprints today.
Amazing.
I'm attempting to do every other Friday.
Nice. I will be playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Same.
which is fair.
Yeah. Well, no, I might actually be able to say hello at the very beginning of the sprints.
Yeah,
we
I think we don't start till 8:30.
8:30 our time.
Yeah.
So that will be amazing. Nell, do you have anything that you would? I know of one thing that you should plug, but do you have anything else you would like to? Feel free to plug whatever.
I mean, I have sprints on Wednesday, 6 p.m.
Amazing.
Eastern. Yeah.
Fantastic. I love it. For me, I just posted my, what was it? I wanted to say Lord of the Rings. I haven't done that one yet. That one is next month. I just posted my reread of The Titan's Curse. I get a little bit more into, because it's a reread, hold up. I get a little bit more into like spoilers and stuff for this one. So if you want to like have an in-depth conversation about Percy Jackson and the show and stuff, check that out. Also, tomorrow I'm going to be I'll be putting out 14 books with romances. So it's both capital R romances and books that are a different kind of plot, but with a romance. So 14 of my favorite out of all of those. Thank you guys for joining me today. I will link everybody down below in the description box if you guys want to check out their channels, although I think everyone knows everyone tonight by this point. Because I'm like, I know all of you from other people's sprints. But thank you guys for joining us, and I will see you later when we will talk about more wordy nerdy things.